Hello, all you vault dwellers, aspiring mod authors, and the peoples of Nindalore. Sometime back, I made a tutorial on how to build custom settlements. However, it was incomplete, so I'm going to show you how to do it in this one with a much more complete tutorial. First, let's get this YouTube stuff out of the way. If you enjoy the following content, make sure to smash that like button. And once you've done that, share it on your social media because it'll help out the algorithm and other people will get to see this tutorial. And if you haven't done it yet, make sure to hit that subscribe button and click the notification bell for all. And after that, if you've got any questions, just make sure to comment down below the video and I'll answer them as best as I can. Okay, that's it for all that. So let's get into this video. Roll that intro.
Park the car in the yard? How about I hammer you in the heart with a haymaker?
Okay guys, we're going to start off with something I'm going to call the tip of the day. The tip of the day is to make a profile in Mod Organizer 2 or your mod manager. Like I have my profile for my parables playthrough that I'm doing. When I generated the character, I put him in Sanctuary. I got him into Sanctuary and got all that stuff done. Then I duplicated the profile and I named it Test. Now, my test character has just a few saves. You can see here he's standing in Sanctuary. I have my Nora companion with me. I have dog meat, that kind of thing. There's nothing else on here. Now, I have my test profile so that I can test my settlement mods and stuff like that, so I don't mess up my parables playthrough or my live stream playthroughs. So I made this test character, and that way you can test your settlement every time you work on it, but don't make it active when you first make the test character. You want to make the test character without any of the mods you're working on, and then you activate them before you go into test. And you always use that first save as your test save, so that if you make the mod and you take it out and you say, oh, I don't want that, you don't get missing mods and stuff like that. But if you're making a settlement using this tutorial, don't save in the settlement. Always work from that first one. Now, when you get into the game and you want to go test your settlement, what you do is you open up your console and you type in TMM space 1, hit return, and it'll say toggle all map markers. That way you can go to your map, look for your settlement, your new settlement, and fast travel to it. And yeah, that's your tip of the day. Okay, we're going to start off by making our plugin for our new settlement. Now, I have a copy of the unofficial Fallout 4 patch in my data folder because I require all of my mods to use it. So what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to just check this in the data list. Now you'll see over here in the parent masters that it requires the Game of the Year edition, so that's all good. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to load this up. and it'll say, you have not set a file as the active file. Do you wish to continue? Yes. And if you aren't using it, you should go get the Fallout 4 creation kit fixes and tweaks. It's pretty much the same as the one for Skyrim, and it allows the creation kit to load much faster, and you don't get all of the errors and all of that good stuff that happens when you load up the kit, and it just loads a lot faster. Like I'm sitting here talking and the kit's almost loaded, and it doesn't load quite as fast as the one for Skyrim. However, it is Fallout 4 creation kit, so it's a little bit older than the Skyrim creation kit, the newest one, which loads a lot faster anyway, because it's a 64-bit program. All right, it's almost loaded. And it says done, and it'll take a second. All right, once that's done, the way I got it set up here is I got my object window over here, I got my render window here, my cell view window back down here, and I got my layers tab down here on the bottom. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to push the save button here, the save plugin button, and I'm going to name this MCS _ Holden Hills, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to push save. Then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to exit the kit and reopen it. Okay, we got the kit reopened, and I'm going to click the open button, and I'm going to go down here in my list, and you can see my MCS Holden Hills ESP right here. I'm going to go ahead and make that the active file. Now, put in your mod author name, and you know, whatever description that you want to put on it is fine. I'm gonna add in what I've been adding in for all of my settlement cleanup tutorials here. I just type in the name, just type in the name there, and that'll be good. And I'm a stickler for getting things right when I'm typing, because my hands are so screwed up, and I look and I type something bad, whatever. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to push OK, and then I'll be right back when the kit gets loaded up. Okay, the kit is loaded up, so we're going to go ahead and open this here, and you can see that Holden Hills down here is the active file. Everything is right, so that's good. I'm just going to hit cancel right there. Now, I am working from a text tutorial that I wrote just for this video tutorial, and it will be included as an optional file for my Holden Hills download on Shaken Mods, as well as this video will be included in the optional download with the text tutorial file. So, okay, first thing we're going to do is we're going to have to make us an encounter zone. So I want to go over here. I want to close this stuff up here. I was working on this earlier. I'm going to go over here and open my world data section. I'm going to go to encounter zone, and I'm just going to right click new, and I'm going to type in Holden Hills zone, and I'm going to make the minimum level 1. I'm going to make my maximum level 10, and I'm going to click the workshop and never resets over here for the box here. Now, you need to choose the location, but we're going to come back to this. First, we have to make our location record. So go ahead and push OK on this and save your mod. We're going to be saving the mod a whole bunch. So now we're going to work on our location record. Okay, first, so we gotta choose our location, and let me see here. Recent cells. I'm gonna go to the Fort Hagen satellite array exterior cell, and we'll just go ahead and let this load up. Okay, it's loaded up, so I'm gonna try not to click on any static objects because the game doesn't like it when you do that. It breaks the pre-combines, and I don't want to break the pre-combines in this cell. So I'm gonna click on one of these COC markers, and I'm gonna go down over this way because I want to put Holden Hills over here. And what you want to do is first you want to push your B button, your B key. You'll see that it turns on your borders. And then you want to right click in the render window and click render window properties. And you want to update the cell view to match render window. Now, I have to do this every time I open the kit for some reason, but it may be already open for you. So what's going to happen here is you're going to see this here, the Fort Hagen satellite array exterior. When I go across the cell border, it's going to stutter a second, and then it's going to change. Now I'm in Wilderness 25-1. This is my cell that I want to start my settlement in. All right. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my object window in World Data, and I'm going to click on Location. And I'm going to right click New, and my ID, I'm going to make this Holden Hills location, just like that. And I'm going to name this, of course, to be Holden Hills. And if anybody wants to actually know where that name came from, that's actually my last name, but that's okay. In my parent location, depending on which world space you're in, if you're making one in Nuka World, you have to choose like the Nuka World location. But this is in the Commonwealth, so I'm gonna type in Commonwealth, and I'm gonna find it down here in the list, Commonwealth location. Don't worry about the world location marker ref right here yet. And don't change anything else here. Just slide this over to the side. I'm going to show you an easy way to put the proper keywords into the location record for the settlement. Well, it's not the proper way. If you want to do it the proper way, you hit add and you start typing it all out, loc, type, and find all that crap that you got to find. Let's do it the easy way instead. Let's open up Abernathy Farm location. It has all the keywords you want. Right click, hit copy stack, and cancel and paste. And that is just fine. Now, with the text tutorial, I actually added all the keywords into the text tutorial for you. So we've got that, and just push OK to confirm that. Save your mod. And then you want to go ahead and return to the encounter zone and find your encounter zone. In my case, I'm just going to type in there it was. I'm going to type in Holden, start typing Holden. I'm going to bring up the Holden Hills, and I'm going to go to the location now, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to find Holden Hills location. I'm going to put that in right there. Just push OK and go back to your Holden Hills location, and you'll see that it's already set the encounter zone like that, so that's good. And save your mod. Okay, now we're going to add our cells in that we want for our settlement. Now you can just have one cell or 4 cells. I'm going to do 4 cells. So you see this where it says world, this right here where it says world, the wilderness minus 25 1 objects. What you do is you go over here to the world. Up in the toolbar, you go to world, go to cells, and it will pop up the cell view window, and your cell that you're in will be highlighted. Go ahead and change this location to from none to your custom location. Push apply. Now you want to have it's advisable to work in a wilderness cell. If the cell's already named, you're gonna have to go look at it. If it's got a location record, you'll have to go look at it, blah blah blah, which makes it a whole lot harder. So we're just gonna work in world cells, so it all works out really well. I'm not going to worry about the no previs, because near the end of this tutorial I'm going to use a script I found that disables the previs, so I'm not really worried about that. I don't want to do the no LD water, I don't want to do the hand changed or anything like that. I'm just going to push apply and push OK. Now I want to go over to the next cell I want to add, which is this one. It'll change here as soon as I cross the border to 24 minus 24 1. Same thing. I'm going to go back to my cell view window. It'll already be highlighted here. I'm going to change the location to my Holden Hills location. Push OK, and I am going to move to the next cell that I want to add, which is this one, and it will change, of course, just like before. This is minus 24 2. Same thing. Go to your cells, it'll have it highlighted, change to your location like that, the one that you had made. That's good. Okay, and then I'm going to go to the next cell I'm going to add, which is this one over here, and it'll change to 25 minus 25 2. Same thing right here, just like this. This is pretty easy. Once you do it one time, you're just like, oh, okay. Now the reason you want to change these cells to be in your location is that there is a glitch with the game. If you don't have, like, if I didn't have these 3 other cells included in the location record, but I had them as part of the settlement with the build areas, as soon as I crossed one of these cell borders out of my original cell here, the workshop will close, and then you'll have to reopen it when you come into the new cell. Also, Sim Settlements uses that for if you put houses over here, it has to be able to know that these cells are in the location. So that's all good right there. So what we're going to do is just go ahead and save our mod, and then we will move on to the next part. All right, now I was telling you before we was adding the cells to the location, so we're gonna go ahead and open up our location record, right? And you see these 4 cells right here. Well, what we're gonna want to do is we're gonna want to move into this cell here, our original cell, which is 25.1. So we need to find 25.1 in the list here, and I'm going to change this to Holden Hills EXT01, just like that. And then I'm going to move over to this next cell here. This is 24.1. We're going to change the name of this to Holden Hills Exterior 02, just like that. And then we're going to move over to this one, and we're going to go to the next cell. This is 24.2. This is going to be Holden Hills Exterior 03. See what I'm doing here? All right. And then the last cell I'm going to move into is minus 25.2, which is right here. And I'm going to go to Holden. I'm going to do it Holden Hills Exterior 04. Just like that. Right? So, and it's acting a little bit stupid, so I think I need to, no, that's all right. And then I'll move into this one, and this will be Holden Hills Exterior. Now, if we look at our Holden Hills location record, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Save your mod. Just like that. Okay, we're in our main cell here, our Holden Hills Exterior 1. This is our main cell. What you're going to want to do is go down to your Layers tab here, the Layers box here, and click on New Layer. And name your layer. So I'm gonna put Holden Hills layer. I'm gonna push OK, and then I'm gonna go over here in the A column. That means active. I'm gonna set that as active. So that is how we add our new layer in here, and we're gonna want to put anything we add on this new layer just so everything works out correctly. Alright guys, here's an interesting problem I ran into, and you'll likely run into it as well. If you close the kit, save your work and close the kit and go do something else, like, I don't know, play Fallout 4, or go be a pay pig for your virtual girlfriend on OnlyFans, and you reload the kit and you go to your cell, you'll see that your layer that you just made is not there. Here's how we fix this. You go ahead and you click New Layer, and then you type in your layer name exactly as a new layer ID, and you push OK, and the kit will ask you, layer Holden Hills layer exists already, use it, and then just you push yes, and then you can make it the active layer right there. As you can see, there's nothing in it, but we're about to change that. Hey guys, we're gonna add us a map marker into our settlement here. So the first thing we're gonna need to do is decide where the map marker is gonna go. I'm gonna put it over here by these 3 rocks and this here hole in the fence. right here. I want to put it like right here. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to type in X marker heading, and I'm going to click on static, and I'm going to drag and drop this one right in here, just like this. And I want to get it pretty much in the middle right here, because I'm going to leave these 3 rocks in the settlement and whatnot. So I'm going to double click on this, and I'm going to give this a reference ID, and we're going to call this map marker spawn. You could put this wherever you want it. Push OK to confirm that. Open it back up, and you'll see that it's good. And save your mod, because you have to save a lot. The kit likes to crash a lot. I've been having a lot of trouble just making this piece of video. So we have this right here, and we're gonna want to actually add our map marker right now. So we're gonna go ahead and clear our filter, and we're gonna type in map marker, and let the kit do what it wants to do. We got this right here, and we're going to drag and drop this in, and we're going to put this right in on top of this. I like to go ahead and raise it up, so that's a good thing. And we're going to double click on that, and we're going to go over to the map marker data, and we're going to click on marker data, and it'll say use location name. So that's good. We want to set what it looks like on the map. You can set it to whatever you want it to look like. Wild West, no. I'm just going to put it at farm. Sounds like a good thing. So, and it respawns, and if you put visible can travel to, you'll be able to travel to it. But if you want to discover it, just go ahead and click OK and save your mod. All right, now we're going to go to our world data location, clear our find your location here, and you have this here. Now remember, I renamed my cells, I did everything, and I said we'd come back to the world location marker reference. So we're going to click on that, click select reference in render window, and we're going to select our map marker we just placed. We're going to push OK, and we're going to save our mod. Now what you need to do here is go open this back up and go to linked ref. Double click on this, select reference in the window, and select the X marker that you just put down. Don't need a keyword, so that's fine like that. Now you can actually move this map marker. I want to make the radius on it, how big it is, a lot bigger. So I'm going to click on the extra tab, and I'm going to put 2500. Push OK, and you can see when you go to the map, to the location, that it's much bigger. Now you can move this so that you can find it easier in the cell. I'm actually gonna put it right over in the middle of the thing here, but you want to leave it in the same cell you put it down in. So that's really not big enough. So I'm going to change this to 3500. That should be good there. Push OK. And let's see how that's going to look. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's make it 5500. Let's see how that looks. And right. That way it's going to discover when you come. Here's the relay tower. It's going to discover when you come over here. So that's great. So that is pretty good. Now, I like to raise them up a little bit more than this, just so that it will be above the ground for every place. So that'll be fine, just like that. And that is our map marker. So we've got that all linked. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next part. Don't forget to save your mod. Okay, guys, I had just said that we want to save often. It's also a good idea early and often to back up your plugin in your data folder. So you go find it, and let's say this right here is my one I made, and I just added a new folder in my data folder. It says backup mod ESPs, and I have Holden Hills, and I just paste this right in here, and I'll end up every time I save, I'll go ahead and back up the save that I just made. So that's a good idea. Okay, now we're going to work on putting in our workshop. So we want to go to World Objects Container right here, and we want to type in Workshop Workbench, just like that. And the one you want is the Workshop Workbench. So, and you want to place it someplace in your settlement. I'm just gonna kind of drop it in here, turn it around. You want to turn on my snap to angle here so that it all turns around correctly. And doesn't matter how high it is. We're going to end up moving it a little bit later anyway. So what you do is, first thing you do is you right click, go to layers, and you add selection to active layer and save. It will, if your layer's active, it might not show up, but when you reload your kit, it'll show up. So that's not really a problem. We're going to want to open our workbench, go to our scripts tab, and we're going to push add. Give it a minute. It takes a minute sometimes. And it comes up like this. We want to type in the filter. We want to type default move. Let's spell the word default right. Move. And it's only going to give you one option. So click on the default move to editor location on load script. And you're going to go ahead and you're going to place that. And it's got no properties. Just push cancel. And what this will do is when you move your workbench at some point before you're done with your mod, the game will put the workbench where you move it to. If you don't do it, it'll just always appear right where you placed it the first time. So that's a good script to know. Now, we're just going to leave it in place for right now because it's just going to make it easier to do the things that we want to do. So yeah, that is our workbench right there. So go ahead and save your mod. And remember, if you're doing it the smart way, you go ahead and you've saved the mod, and you go ahead and you back the mod up with the changes you just made, because like I've been saying, the kit likes to crash a lot, at least for me. So this is what I need to do to be able to get through making mods. All right, and now we're going to move on to the next part. Okay guys, now we're going to put down our workshop resource container. This is when you open up the Workbench. So in your filter type, workshop resource container. And the one you're going to want is the workshop resource container settlement. Open that record, and it'll take a few minutes, and you see that there's only one thing in here. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to change the editor ID. I just put my location name in here at the end in capitals, and I'm going to go ahead and confirm that by pushing OK and change it, yes, new form, and clear my filter. Okay, so we have our workshop resource container made. We're going to drag this in and we're going to drop it next to the Workbench, and we're going to right click on it and add selection to the active layer. It won't show up obviously because we've done this before, and we're going to save our mod. Now what we're going to want to do is open up our Workbench here, and we're going to want to go over to the linked ref, and we are going to want to double click on this, select reference in one render window, and we're going to link the workshop. Now there needs to be a keyword on this, so we're going to click on keywords, type in workshop link, start typing it in, and find workshop link container. That is our keyword we're going to need. Push OK on that. And if you zoom in on it, I'm not sure if you guys can see this, but there's a blue line coming from the workshop to this chest. So the next thing you're going to want to move this underground. It doesn't have to be moved underground very far, just out of sight. So about like that. Just out of sight like that. All right, this next part is completely optional. Go ahead and this is the optional part. I like to in my workshop containers, I like to add extra resources. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to right click on the workshop initial resources. I'm going to click new, and in the drop down menu under the objects, I'm going to type C, and you'll see acid scrap, and I'm going to put 500 of them in it. So change the count to 500. I do this for all my settlement cleanup mods and stuff too. And you can see that it's got 500. So I'm going to click new, and after it has all the scrap. So I'm going to go ahead and, no, I don't want to copy it, new, and I'm going to put in all of the scrap, like anti-ballistic fiber, stuff like this. So, and I'm going to continue on this until I get to the end where it's steel and wood, because I always put more of those. Okay, like I said, I'm going to add more steel and wood, so I'm going to go here, and I'm going to pick the steel. This is going to be 750 because you always seem to need more steel and always seem to need more wood. So, and I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to put the wood scrap in here. Now, that is good, except you might want to add other things. You can add weapons, you can add purified water, you can add food, stuff like that. I'm going to add some food, so I'm going to choose, I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to choose mut fruit, and I'm going to put 25 of these. This can be anything you want, but, and I'm gonna do Tato. Find my Tato here, and new, and I'm gonna put melon. 25 melons in here, and I'm gonna put 25 razor grain. So R-A-Z, razor grain. Now, I'm going to do another one here, and I'm going to put purified water in here. Purified water. And I got to find it in the list. P-U-R-P-O. Okay, let's try this again. Fury. And, oh boy. Not sure if that's under food or where it's at. Try water. Water, purified, right here. 25. And then I actually want to put some weapons in here, so I'm going to duplicate the initial resources again, and I'm going to put an assault rifle in here. I only want one. I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to put the ammunition in, and that is ammo. And I'm going to find my ammo 556, and I'm going to put 500 rounds in. So that's great. That's great. So that's going to be all for the optional part. You don't have to do any of this. You can just put the, if you want to, you know, run around like a maniac looking for scrap for the settlement, that's fine. I do this all the time, so because I don't like running around like a maniac for it. So push OK to confirm it and save your mod. Then back your mod up. Okay, now we're going to place our edge markers and our center markers. So go ahead, clear your filter here. In the object window, click on static and X marker heading, and there's only one. So we're gonna place our edge markers, and let me see here, let me read my little thing here. Okay, we're actually going to do our center marker first. So, you know, try to find the center of your cell, your settlement. Like this right here will be the center of my settlement. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop this in here, and I'm going to try to just turn it towards the workbench. Going to go with my layers, and I'm going to add selection to active layer, and I'm going to save. Now double click this and go to your location reference types. and right click, choose new, and type in center in your filter here. You want the location center marker. Push OK and push OK again to confirm it. You'll see the little purple box above it, so that's good. And now we want to do our edge markers. So, and the kit will be kind of slow sometimes doing this stuff. So we're gonna go here, and pretty much I don't have to have it in there. This, wait for the cell to change, and it still hasn't changed yet. I'll bet you anything that I need to open my render window properties, update. Yep, sometimes this happens. So I'm going to change back over here and then come back over here, and it will do that. Now you're going to want to make a X marker heading and drop that in there. Add that to your add selection to your active layer. Double click this, and the same with the center marker, except this time you want to just type in like edge and choose the location edge marker. So, and that'll be a blue one. Go ahead and copy that. Right click on it and copy it, because you're going to want to go over and pretty much put it kind of close to the edges of your settlement. Like this is 0.3, so that's fine. And we'll just paste this in right here. You want to point it towards your, kind of point it towards your center marker, and then do add selection to active layer. And then you want to go over and place one over here on the other side. But you always want to place it in your cells for your location. So I'm going to add that to the active layer. That. Save my mod just in case. And then we are going to put one over on the other side so that it'll have 4 location edge markers. Yeah, that's fucking okay. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to paste that right in here. Point it roughly in the direction of the center marker. Add it to the layer, just like that. Push your save button. Now what you want to do is you want to go ahead and clear your filter, and you want to go to world data, and you want to open that up and go to the location, type in Golden, type in your location, open this up and go to the location ref types, and what you'll see is everything that you've added. Location edge markers, there's another one, there's my map marker, there's my workshop ref type, there's my center marker. I'm not going to worry about these are for random encounters, and that is because it's these ones right here. This is a random encounter, and this is gonna actually be outside, a little bit outside of my settlement, so I'm not really worried about that. So I'm gonna go back over. I'm just gonna kind of look at it like this, and we need to add our settlement spawn marker. So that's basically where your settlers are going to spawn. And so we want our settlers to spawn kind of over here, at near or at the edge of the settlement. We're gonna have them spawn over here, right here. I'm gonna go to static. I'm gonna clear this. I'm going to clear the filter. Click on static. Let the kit do what it's gonna do there, and X marker. And I want my X marker heading. I'm going to drop this in right here. I'll open this up, and I'm going to give this a reference ID, and I'm going to call it settler spawn. Just like that. Push OK on that. Okay, now what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to go to our workbench right here, and we're going to want to open this reference and just leave that open. Then we're going to want to go back over to our spawn marker here where we have the spawn marker, and we're going to want to add a reference to this. We want to add a link to this. Now the keyword for it is, let me find it. Okay. The keyword is workshop link, and then it's workshop link spawn. And leave that open for right now, and go to your center marker. See, my center marker is right over here, and I want to add another reference to this. Open this up, choose my center marker, and this is going to need a keyword workshop link, and then find workshop link center, and push OK on that, and push OK again. You'll see the blue lines come up, shooting up out of there. That's good. Save your mod and back it up. Okay guys, we're going to put our workshop border in. This is the visual border when you open the workshop that you see. In your filter, type in workshop border, and it'll give you a list of all the different workshop borders. Let's just say we'll look at the Taffington Pines one here, and you can see that it's basically made for Taffington Pines. If you want a flat rectangle, I recommend the airport. That is flat. It's a rectangle. You can expand the size of this, but I'm going to show you how to do a custom workshop border using the workshop airport border. So open this record, and you can see that it is, the model is workshop border, like that. So we're going to cancel that. And we're going to drop the kit down to my desktop here. And I'm going to open up my Fallout 4 data folder. And I use BSA checker here. And we're going to go to... First, we're going to make us a new folder on the desktop. And we're going to just, name it whatever you want. I'm just going to name it border. And then I'm going to open up the BSA, the Fallout 4 Meshes BSA. Uncheck that. And open this up and go down and you will find Workshop. And choose the one you want. Now, for this purposes of this tutorial, we're doing the Workshop border for the airport. Click Extract, go to Desktop, and choose the border. Right there, that's good. And we can just drop that down. Open this. You'll see that this is in here, and it will have the mesh NIF in here. We're going to open this up. We're going to look at it. So that's a little screwy. So it's kind of crooked. So what we're going to do is click on this and go to transform, edit, and let's say it looks like it's 45-degree angle. So we're going to change that to like that. Actually, put it to -45, and that's good. Except, and that will line it up with that right there. And we're going to save that. Now, what we're going to want to do is open up body slide for Fallout 4. Now, this will take a second because it runs slow. Not because I have a crappy computer, because I don't. It's just because it just runs slow. And waiting on this. And we're going to open Outfit Studio. Oh, what? You thought Outfit Studio was just for outfits? Ha! So we're going to open up our border here. And we're going to just drag and drop this into Outfit Studio. You can see this is the workshop in Outfit Studio, the workshop border. It's fairly large. So I want to click on my gizmo over here. So the transform tool. Now, see this little box right here? Just go ahead and do that right there. And we're going to make the scale 3. Push OK. And what that'll do, and this is actually very, very high. And we're going to move. And let's go ahead and move it up like that. And then we're going to go to File, Export to NIF. We're going to go find that border workshop here. We're going to just choose this and we're going to overwrite it. Let's open that up and take a look, see what changes we made. Now it's very high, but it needs to go up. So that's okay. We're going to go back to workshop and we're going to use the gizmo just to move it up. I usually go from one the bottom of the screen, and then I move it up like this. And we're going to go ahead and export it to NIF. Same thing, just like this. Take a look at it in the NIF. it's still kind of low, so we're gonna go ahead and do that one more time. Gonna need probably 2 more times, so we're gonna do that, and like that. Let's just do it 3 times just to see how it works out. Like that. Go to File, Export, NIF, same thing, and open it up in NIF scope. Now it's a little too high. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this gizmos, move it down, and okay, it wants to play around, so we're just gonna do a new project. Oh wait, gonna do unload project, yes, and then we're gonna redrop it in here, and it's almost like I'm what the hell. All right, I'm just going to close Outfit Studio and reopen it. For some reason, for whatever reason, it was just acting stupid. So there we go. We'll just like that. And you can see that it's fairly high. So we're going to click on our gizmo. We're going to have to go find our gizmo. And this could take a minute. Because, oh, there we are. Because this is actually very large. And we want to move up to our gizmo. This is actually, yes, it's very large. So we're going to put that gizmo right there. And we're going to move this down one here. And we're going to move it. We're going to move back up like that. All the way to the top. And then we're going to do it about half. Export. NIF. Replace this. Open this up. And look at it. And it is... That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to close this. And we'll close Outfit Studio. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to rename this NIF to Workshop Border. And I'm going to name it after my settlement. Golden Hills. And then I'm going to bring my data folder back up, and in my meshes right here, I've got Mighty Clean Settlements, Architecture, Golden Hills, and I've got some stuff in here, and it says MCS Workshop Boundary. We're going to just, I don't want to delete that. I think I'm using that for something else. So I'm just going to take it, I'm going to copy this into here, and that is good. We don't need that no more. And throw that away. And that's good. So that's our custom workshop border. Much higher and somewhat bigger. So that is okay right there. Now we'll return to the creation kit and put it in the creation kit. So we got the, since we already got the creation kit open, we're going to double click on the airport workshop border. We're going to change this workshop border Golden Hills. Don't need to name it. and click in your model tab right here. You want to click edit, and then up here in the model file name, click edit again, and then find your folder wherever you put it. If you got your own folder, you make your own folder for it, that's fine. I got one already made. So, and right here it is. We're going to push OK, and you can see that's quite a great deal larger. So we're going to push OK on that, and we're going to push OK on that to change the form, and we are going to click save, and we're going to zoom out here, and we're going to find our Golden Hills border. We're going to drop that in there. As you can see, this turned out to be fairly large. So I want to turn my snap to grid off, and that's actually fairly close. Find there's my workbench, like that. And I want to kind of line it up with my edges of my cells here. At least try to. And that's good. And that is actually much larger than I wanted it to be, but that's okay. Hold your S key and you can shrink it down. And that is still a little bit large because I want the settlement to come right about here. So I'm just going to shrink it down there. And I actually want to come over to this, cover these cells too. So I guess maybe, boy, it's the size of it. Just put it pretty much right here at the edge of the border. Kind of try to, here we go. This is going to work out really well. There we go. And let me find the cell border here, like that. It's a little crooked. So that looks good. And I'm going to want to add, I don't know if I'm going to add this or not. Let me see here. Going to change. Yeah, the relay tower can't be part of the settlement. So I actually got to shrink it down, and I'm going to work off of this corner here just for the shrinking down. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead, just move it up. Make sure that is my workshop border. And I'm going to move it up here. Okay, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Sometimes you just gotta deal with that. But we're gonna move it over to include this cell. We don't have to. We can leave that workshop spawn out. So as long as we got the workbench in there, it's good. We're gonna line that up like that. We're gonna try to keep it in this area. It's really touchy sometimes. We're gonna go like that, and that'll be okay. And just to make sure that see how it's floating over here, we're just gonna go ahead and drop it down. And this is why I made it much larger. We're gonna sink it in the ground, look around. That's fine. Now we're gonna go back to our workbench, look at something right quick. And we want to go ahead and double click on our workshop border. Click initially disabled right down here. All right, well, we're gonna wanna open up our workbench reference here on the side here, and just like this, we want to double click here. Okay, here we are back in our settlement, and we have to figure out why our workshop border is not appearing. We're going to click on that and find out what this is. Workshop border initially disabled. That's great. And our link ref, that's why right there, linked from. I wonder if that's what it is. We'll see if that works. We'll see if this works. We'll hide this. We'll link it back. And this is gonna be right here. And we want workshop link. We are going to find the edge workshop link build area edge, and we're going to link it back to the workbench to see if that fixes the problem. We're going to push save, and I'll see you back in game to see if this works or not. Okay, so we're back in the settlement, and we're going to run through the workbench, and we're going to open it. And I can already see that it did work. Close the workshop, reopen the workshop. It did work. Excellent. Now, I'm going to fly around over here. I use Workshop Plus, so. All right, guys, we're going to do our build area triggers now. So you want to go ahead and go focus in on your workbench, wherever that is. And find your workbench. There it is. And you can just want to click it once just to highlight it. Like that. And now you want to go to the, that is this right here, the create trigger box. And we're going to click on that and type in default dummy and we're just gonna click. We're just gonna choose the default dummy, click OK, and you'll see that this box appears around the workbench. Turn your gizmos off using the 2 because you're gonna need that. And we're going to double click on that, give it a reference ID, and the good one is just build area trigger 01. Or just build area like that. Click OK and save your mod just to be certain. Now you can use it's orange or whatever it is. You can use that color, but I usually use like orange, yellow, or something like that for the sandbox area, but this is the build area trigger, so I'm gonna double click on this, and I'm gonna go over here to the primitive tab right here, and I'm gonna push select, and I'm going to use I'm gonna use blue here, and I'm gonna click that, and that is that there. Turn on your gizmos. We've got that. Now what you're going to want to do is, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sink this into the ground quite a ways, actually. Quite a ways, because I do like underground power, and then I want to go ahead and make it higher, and you can set it for whatever height you want. We can set that later. I just need it just so I can see it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to resize this trigger to be as close to the workshop border. It should actually, that's perfect right there, like that. And then I'm going to go over here, and you can use, I don't know if you guys can see this, you probably should, since this is a high quality video. There's the edge line right here. I'm going to go ahead and use that as my guide. There it is right there for that side, and I'm going to extend it out to turn my borders on by pushing B, and I'm going to extend this out. You can see where I'm going to go a little bit past the border right here, just a little bit, not a great deal. All right, and then I'm going to extend it the other way to the other border edge over here. And like I said, I'm going to go a little bit past the border. So that's good. Now I want to raise it up some more. And I usually go pretty high because people like to build high. So we'll get a really good view if we make it high enough, as high as the satellite array. That should be good right there, and that's a good one. I may want to change the color. It's not really standing out all that greatly much, so change this to something. Let's try teal color. How that look? Yeah, that works. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to turn my border, my gizmo off, and I'm going to right click and I'm going to duplicate it. Now, use the X and C keys to move it and put it right at the edge of this build area. It might be a little, no, I think that'll be okay. Turn your gizmo back on and move it to where it's just overlapping. You don't want to leave any space there, to where it's just overlapping that. And it doesn't, it's not that far from that, but that's okay. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to duplicate that again. And then we're going to use the C key to move the duplicate over to here. Turn your gizmos back on. And I'm going to shrink this down like this. And I'm going to turn my gizmo back off. I'm going to duplicate this. And I'm going to move this over here to the corner right here. That's good. You see, and you see the space right there? We need to fill that in with the box. So we're gonna put that over there. Now it doesn't have to be perfect, but and I'm gonna turn that off. I'm thinking Control E. I'm thinking we can go a little bit more over this way. Yeah, that'll work right there. Okay, so we got our 3 build area triggers, and if we click on this, we can see this says build area 4, because when we went around and duplicated everything, it did 1, 2, whatever. So I'm gonna go ahead and keep one of them selected, hold Control, and we're gonna select all the other ones. And then we're gonna go down to our workbench. Way down to the workbench, because the build area is quite large. And we're gonna click, oh, you can't click on it. See, now, if you click off of these, you're gonna have to reselect them. So what I need to do is go through and reselect everything. You have to have all of these selected to be able to do it all at once. You can do these one at a time like this, but I don't advise it. It's so much harder when you do it one at a time. So we've got all those selected, and we need to go down to our workbench so that we can see our workbench. And then we're going to go over here to View and go to Reference Batch Action Window. We're going to click on that. Got all of our build areas, and we're going to select Reference and Reference Window. We're going to select our bench. Then we're going to click on Linked Ref. And we need a keyword on this. So we're going to go down here. We've got it. We've got a linked ref. And this, we need work, shop, link, and then just scroll down through the workshop link here, and you need primitive. Workshop, link spawn, guard post, linked primitive, right there. And hit do. And you can see the white lines appeared. You can just go ahead and close that. And that is our build area triggers for our new settlement. So now I'm going to take and I'm going to zoom out, because we're going to move on to the next thing that we have to do. All right, guys. Now, I didn't mention this in the little last part, but just make sure to save your mod. Now, what you're going to want to do is just click on just one of these build area primitives, and then right click and duplicate it. Turn your gizmos on, make it a little higher, make it a little bit over that side, over here, and pull it over here just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. And we're going to change this build area primitive. We're going to change this to yellow. And push OK. And we're going to change the ID on this to Sandbox Area. And just push OK, and it'll ask, are you sure this object is currently in use by zero object? Yes, I am sure. So now what I want to do is find my gizmo, do my gizmos here, and I want to take and extend it past this part of the build area. Just like that, and it doesn't have to be very far, just extend it a little bit further than the build area triggers. About like that, and that's good. Now we're going to go ahead and focus back in on our workshop here. And make sure you have this selected. That's great. Turn the gizmos off. And we can do this just once, so open this up, go to linked ref, slide this off to the side here, and go down to your workbench, wherever it's at. This. And then I gotta look at something right quick. Okay, I just looked at my text tutorial. I just cancel that. What you want to do is you open up your workshop reference here, slide that to the side, and then you're going to want to zoom out until you can see the sandbox here. We're going to double click here and going to select the sandbox area, and the keyword for this is workshop link, and we want to choose sandbox. So find that in here. It's right here, like that. Push OK. OK to save it. Save your mod. Back it up. All right, and that part is done. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next part. Okay, now we're going to do a set on trigger. If you don't have it, if you don't have the workshop highlighted here, you're going to need to do that. So over here in the, want to go ahead and click on the trigger button and type in set owned. And that is the workshop trigger set owned, and it'll put that right around. You don't really need to do any colors or anything for this. You can if you want. Just make this a little bigger and a little higher than a workbench, like that. You pretty much got to imagine your character walking into it. And this is just a, and this is just a fail safe. So go ahead and open that up, and you want to create a reference to the Workbench. Now, if you have this right here, just go ahead and turn off your markers. That'll be fine. And you turn off your markers by pushing M, and go ahead and link your Workbench. It doesn't require a keyword, so okay. And that is done. Now, this is basically a set own trigger, is in case the workshop doesn't work for some reason to make you the owner. This is like just a fail safe. And if you move your Workbench later, like I'm going to, you also have to move this set own trigger and put it around the Workbench to wherever you move it to. Okay, that's it for that part. We'll move on to the next part. All right, now we're gonna do the one thing that everybody hates, the attack mark. And the reason everybody hates it is because everybody hates settlement attacks, but it doesn't matter, because we're gonna do some stuff. So we want to type in X marker heading, and then we are going to, I just realized something. I just realized it. Now, what we're going to want to do is click on our sandbox area. I just realized that I did this. This is coming back to before. We're going to make this the active layer, and we're going to do this sandbox layer and see how it changed. That's good. And tap 1 twice to hide that, and then we're going to select all of our build area triggers here. And then we're going to add those to the active layer. See with the number changed. So that's good. Save your mod. Make sure to do that. Yeah, I kind of screwed up there. So anyway, we're gonna do our attack markers. So kind of got to decide where I want attacks coming from. So I see one spot right here. You only really need to do one attack marker, but if you've got places that make sense, add them different places. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drag and drop this one in here. And let me see. I got to figure out what I'm doing here. And okay. So I want to copy that. I'm just going to go ahead and copy that. And while I'm here, I'm going to add this selection to the active layer, which it doesn't change because it should just automatically go in. And when you reload the kit, it'll come back. Now I'm only gonna do 2 of these. Now remember that I copied this X mark, and I kind of want to put them out of the way, kind of behind things. And I don't know why it didn't paste that marker, but okay. I'm just going to drag and drop this one in right here, kind of point it towards my center marker. Just make sure to add my selection to my active layer. And I'm going to give this a reference ID, attack marker 2. I guess I should spell it right. Attack marker 2, because the other one's attack marker 1. So we're going to go back to attack marker, my other attack marker, which is way over there. Alrighty. And we'll give this a reference ID here. This will be attack marker 1. Just like that. Push OK on that. Just keep that highlighted. So you just keep that one highlighted and then go back over to the other one. We're going to use the reference batch action window again. And I just put them in where I think they make sense, because there's a raider that spawns over here, so why wouldn't it, you know, have an attack marker? Okay, hold your control button, click that. So now both of them are highlighted. Go to your center marker, which my center marker really isn't in the center of my settlement, but then there's that. That's okay. And go to view, reference batch action window, select reference, choose your center marker here, set link ref, and this one is going to be work shop link attack marker. This one here, if you have an attack marker that comes out of the water, just put attack marker water. But yeah, just like this, push do, just like that, save your mod, and you're done with the attack markers. Okay, now we have to do a little bit of scripting magic or whatever. This is a little something different. Go over to your workbench, just push M to turn off your markers, double click on your workbench to open up the reference here, and you want to go over to scripts tab, and we're going to click on workshop script and click on properties. Give it a second and it'll pop up here, and I know this is really small for people, so I'm bigger. And I want to move this over to the side. And the first thing we want to do is go down here to the flag section, set owned by player, click edit value. And we're going to go ahead and click that, owned by player true. And we want to go to the enable automatic player ownership, click that, and just click out of it so that it's false. And I'm going to go down here, and I do this most for a lot of settlements, to where it says allow attacks. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to make it false. That way it should not allow attacks. But the random encounter script, sometimes it ignores that. So push OK to confirm, and go ahead and save your mod. Okay, we're going to want to do the scrappable list items. So, and you can only do that with things that you know have scrap menu. Most of the trees, logs, stuff like that, they have scrap menu, but we're going to address that problem in a little while here. So I'm going to show you by clicking on all of these fence pieces, and I want to make sure that they're, yeah, that's good. And I want to go ahead and click on all these fence pieces here, all the way through the settlement. And I just want to make sure just to click the fence piece. Just, if you click something else, don't worry about it. Just get in and click the fence piece. And same thing here. Just like this. Like, yeah, I accidentally did that. So, and it's all the stuff, all the ones that's actually in. And I know that the fence has a scrap recipe, so I'm going to go ahead and click all these. And that is going to be it for those. So we're going to go back up to our workbench here. And we're going to open up our reference batch action window, and it will give you all of the stuff that you have highlighted. And you can do like a whole great big list of stuff, but do it in small chunks. It's a good idea. Select your reference in the reference window, which is your workbench, and the keyword for that is workshop item keywords. So we want to go workshop item keyword, just like that. Click do. The lines coming out and ready, and go ahead and just click off of that. Click your workbench and fine. Save your mod and back it up. Okay, so here's something that's completely optional. You don't have to do this, but because your settlement basically is ready. You can go into it and you can build right now. But you can see there's a lot of trees and stuff like that. And now you can scrap these because these are all pretty much scrappable. But there's going to be problems with the nav mesh. If you scrap them, if there's a vine hanging out in a tree or something that's a separate mesh, you're going to have problems with that too. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through and we're going to select these vines, these here, this here, this log, this tree. See that there's a tree right there that has vines. There's just some vines hanging out here. There's a bunch of vines there, which are growing out of, it's not vines, it's scrub brush. It's growing out of the tree. That's not cool. So we're going to go ahead and select all these. Sometimes there's more than one because they got a little crazy with it. See that one, if you scrap that tree, that vine would be hanging. So that's not good. And then I'm gonna select this here, and we're going to go around and select all of our stuff in our build area, because I'm going to clean it off basically, which this is how I do my settlement cleanup mods. So I'm going to cover this in this tutorial too. I'll be right back after I get everything selected. Okay, I got everything selected. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to View, Reference, Batch Action Window, and all that stuff is selected, and I want to go to Set Initially Disabled, and I'm going to hit Do a couple of times. Click out of that. Don't click in your render window. You want that all selected. Just click at the top bar here and push your Z key. Hold your Z key down and just go ahead and move it underground quite a ways. So that's all good. And I see some stuff I missed, so go back and check, because you may find things that you missed, like I just did. Remember what I said about the vines hanging out on trees? Yep, like that. I missed some trees here. So it looks like there's a rock I missed. There's another bit of trees and rocks that I missed. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click these, because I don't want these in this. I'm basically cleaning this off, except for the fence. Now you can do the fence too if you want to. I mean, or stuff like that. See, I missed some brambles. I missed some stuff here. That right there. Missed a rock right there. Great big piece right here that I want to remove. Other than that, I think we're going to be good. I want to leave this piece right here because I see there's bush that I missed, and this log, another bush I missed. So that'll be good. Same thing, there's a tree stump that I missed, and it looks like rock needs to go. It looks like everything is cleaned off here. So same thing, reference batch action window, initially disabled, click it a couple of times, click on your top bar of your render window, hold your Z key, and move that stuff underground quite a ways. Move it quite a ways. And I just saw something out of the corner of my eye that I might have missed. This. And I don't think this, it's not part of that. So that looks like it's pretty good. Now, if it's just one thing, you can just initially disable it, open its reference record, and just initially disable it. But if you got two things, you want to do the reference batch action one. That, move it below ground quite a ways, go. And it looks like everything is, thought I seen something. Guess I didn't. So, yeah. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. So go ahead and save your mod. Now remember, this is completely optional. You can leave everything in it. But if you do, you have to remember to add it to the scrap list from the prior part. and link everything. So yeah, but this is the easy way. This is just to clean off the settlement. Okay, that's it for this part. Now we'll move to the settlement quest and scripts, which I actually forgot in the original tutorial. Okay guys, we're going to do our settlement quest and the scripts for it. So let's go ahead and go to the object window, go to character, down to quest, and you want to right click and choose new. Wait for the window to come up and give your quest a new ID. I'm going to give this one Golden Hills Init. Now the INT is for initialize, and you want to give it a priority of 41. Want to make sure the start game and run once is enabled. So that is all good there. And you press OK to create. And if you are using Creation Kit tweaks and fixes, if you hit the show active forms, it will automatically. If not, just type in whatever your quest ID was. So now we want to go ahead and create another quest, and we're going to name it the same, Golden Hills. Just name it the same as your original quest, but put parent at the end of it. So go down and you want to go put 40 priority of 42, start game enabled, run once. That's okay. Push OK and save your mod at this point. All right, so you want to open up your parent quest and go to the scripts tab and click the add button here, and what you're going to get is a window of all the scripts, and you want to go ahead and type in. As soon as it loads up, it's not responding, just give it a second. In the window that pops up anyway, you want to take the word workshop. Like I said, it's taking a second. I don't know why. Here we are. There we are. It's just being stupid, I guess. So type in workshop, and you want to go down and you want to find workshop add location script, and it'll give it a second, and go ahead and push the autofill button, and one of them will autofill. Okay, push OK on that, and when this comes up, the proprietor's Windows warning or whatever it is, just push yes. All right, still in the parent quest, you want to go ahead and go quest stages in the index box. Right click, choose new. We're going to make this one 10. And we are going to click the run on start button and right click in the log entry and choose new. Then you want to make a new stage and make this stage 20. And the same thing, you want to right click in the log entry and new, and go ahead and click OK to confirm your quest. Save your mod and back it up if you want to. Now we need to open up our initialize quest. So we'll open that up. And go over to the scripts tab, and you're going to push add, and workshop should still already be in the filter, so because you just did it. And you want to choose the one that says workshop initialize location script right here, and we're going to push that. Just go ahead and cancel this properties window, and you want to go ahead and click on your script, right click, and edit source. Now you're going to want to go ahead and highlight everything except the script name, workshop initialization location extends quest condition. You don't want that, so we're going to highlight everything below it. We're going to click on edit, go to copy, and just go ahead and close that out. And in a text editor such as Notepad++, which I use, I'm going to make me a new thing here, and I'm going to paste this in right here. And I'm going to want to remove line 9, the stop right here. Go ahead and remove that. You can drop that down. Go back here, and you want to remove this script like that. And on the text tutorial that is included with this download from Shaken Mods, I already have the script wrote out. So you want to go ahead and click add here and click on new script. Okay, and give it an ID. We're going to call this one Holden Knit Script, and we want to make sure it extends quest. Click on conditional, click on constraints, push OK, and it says it already. Okay, that's because I've been messing around with it. So I'm just going to add a 01 in here. That'll be fine. Push OK, and it'll give it a second, and it will put the script in here. Go ahead and cancel the properties window. Want to go ahead, right click, go to edit source, and I'm going to go ahead and make this bigger for you. And I'm going to put my cursor right here at the end, and then I'm going to skip here, skip down to here, and I'm going to go and I'm going to grab this script that I pasted in the Notepad++. I'm going to copy that. Now you can't just right click in here. That doesn't work. You have to actually go to edit and paste this in. Okay. Edit, paste. Like that. And once you do that, you want to go to build and click on compile, and it'll tell you that your script has succeeded. So that's a good thing. If your script fails for whatever reason, it's most likely because you're going to need to have the base.zip unpacked. When you first installed the Creation Kit, it'll ask you if you want to unpack it. Unpack that. If you have Fallout 4 script extender and you want to do this, it's a good idea just to make the Fallout 4 scripts extender its own mod. The scripts to it, make it its own mod, and install it in Mod Organizer 2. I think it might work in Vortex. I'm not sure about that because I don't use Vortex. But yeah, you want to unpack the script so it compiles correctly. and then you want to go to File and Save, and it'll say Save Succeeded. Go ahead and exit out like that. And you want to go to the properties. Have this one here. Go to the properties and hit autofill, and it'll say one autofilled. Okay, and hit OK to confirm your quest and save your mod. All right, now we're going to have to add a keyword to our location. So I have the show active forms here, and go down to world data location, open that up. In the keywords box, right click, click new, and you want to put in lock type, and this is going to be Holden Hills refs, or ref, just like that. And we're gonna click OK on that, and it'll appear in here. Click OK to confirm that, and save your mod and back it up. Okay, now we're going to do an alias here. So we need to go back to our quests, and you want to open up your parent quest and go to the quest alias tab. In here, you want to right click in this box, choose new ref collection alias, and it'll be a second because it the creation kit. And once that appears, you're going to want to give it a name. You want to give it workshop refs, just like that. Make sure initialize count as fill as 1. Click optional, click reuse and quest. And now what you want to do is go down to make sure the find matching reference is done right there, and go into the match conditions, and you want to add a new condition. And the condition that you want is location has keyword, like that. Click on the invalid box and type in your lock type Holden Hills ref, and you want this one right here. Push OK and OK again. Make you a new alias, and this one is going to be has keyword. So has keyword right here, and click on your invalid, and you want to find workshop keyword. So type in workshop keyword, and it'll find it right there just like that. Push OK, push OK again. Now you actually have to move this right here, and want to have location has keyword. So you use the arrows and you just move that up so that so that you got your location has keyword, and has keyword is like that. Push OK to confirm your new alias, and push OK to confirm the quest, and save your mod and back it up. All right, reopen your parent quest, and you want to go to the script section and go ahead and go to the properties right here, and you want to find the workshops collection. It's kind of small. I'm go ahead and make it bigger for you guys so you can see what I'm doing. So you want to go to the workshop collection, click the edit value button. You'll get the pick quest that's there, and it only has one to pick. So push OK, push OK again, push OK again. Save your mod and back it up I back it up, especially at this point, because the next part of it sometimes screws up. The reason I say that is I've done this like 6 times now. I've screwed it up. I know this works. I don't know. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open up my initialize. What we need to look at, we're going to open up the Holden 01 init script, and we're going to edit the source here. And we want to take a look at this right here. Function startup with the parentheses. That's actually good. So now we want to go to the Quest Stages tab. And we're going to add a new stage, 10. And on stage 10, we're going to do a log entry there so we can add stuff in here. And then we want to add a stage 20 like this. And same thing, you want to just right click in here, new. Go back to stage 10. And when you get back to stage 10, click on the Run on Start button. And in the designer notes, just put Start the Quest right here. And in the papyrus fragment, you're going to want the input my capital Q quest dot, and then you want the startup function, start up with the parentheses, just like that. And you want to, on the drop down menu right here, you want to check that, and you want to go ahead and hit your compile button. If it doesn't pop any warnings, it's great. So this is perfect. We're going to push OK, and we're going to save our mod. And at this point, I want to do another backup of this. So I'll open up my data folder, and I'll go down here and I'll find Holden Hills right here, copy, and I'm going to go into my backup mod ESP, and I'm going to make a new folder, and I'm going to call this pre-quest, just like that. And the one that I backed up before, I'm going to drop that in there, and then I'm going to paste the one that I just did in there. So I have to come back if anything screws up. I've already got that done, and I don't have to screw with anything. Okay, so you want to open your settlement and go ahead and zoom into where you can see your workbench. You'll see your set own trigger here. Just click on that and then double click the one button twice to hide that. I don't want all the lines because that confuses me. So now I want to open my initialize quest again, because we are going to need to make some reference aliases. So go to your quest alias tab right here, and the first one we're going to need, we need a new reference alias, and let that load up. And we're going to want to call this one workshop. Just like that. Click your optional, allow reuse in quest. And click on your specific reference button right here. And then click select forced reference, select reference in render window, and should be your workshop. It doesn't need a keyword, just push OK. Push OK. That's there. Now, what we're going to need to do is we're going to have to spin around here, we got to go find our center marker right here. And if you've put it to where this does this, just hide these, click on them, and then double click one, because you don't need them. You're going to need your center marker in the render window. And we're going to new reference alias and let that come up. And this is going to be center marker, and don't put any spaces in between. Optional. Be using Quest. Specific reference. Load. Select your reference, which is your center marker right here, and it'll say X mark heading. You know it's your center marker. And push OK to confirm that, and OK to confirm that. Now we need to go back to our render window, and we have to go find any one of our edge markers. And it's taking a little bit. There's one of our edge markers. It doesn't matter which one, just pick one of them. And go back to your Quest window here, right click, and you want to right click reference alias, and when that comes up, which it's taking its sweet time, so you have to be patient sometimes. Creation Kit, it's really touchy like that. Okay, there we are. And we want to put the alias name as edge marker, like that. And same thing right here, just like before, specific reference. And we want to choose this edge marker, push OK, OK like that. Now we want to go back into our render window, zoom out a little bit here so I ain't gotta mess with these cells. And I want to find my map marker. Alt 1 to show this everything. There is my map marker. No, it's here someplace. There it is. Okay, it was hiding. So since I redid this, I need to go through and hide all my build area triggers so I can do this correctly. But I need to go to my map marker. Now go back to your initialized quest, make a new ref alias, and this will be as soon as it comes up, you know, because Creation Kit. And this is where I do a little song and dance, have the guy running across the screen. I wish, but no. Give it the alias name map marker, and same thing, optional, using quest, select forced reference, and select in render window and select your map marker, push OK on that. Okay, now we're going to add some more aliases. Now this first one that we want to add is a new ref collection alias, and let that come up. Now these won't need any references any forced references or anything. We just need to make the aliases. So as soon as this comes up, we're going to do one that's called Settlement Children. So this is going to be Settlement Children. Make sure you spell it right. Don't have to do anything else. Just push OK. And the same thing, new ref collection alias. Because we're doing a new ref collection alias because there can be multiple children, there can be multiple settlement leaders, there can be multiple lot, all that stuff. So the next one we're going to want to do is going to be the settlement leader as soon as my alias window comes up. So this is going to be settlement leader. Yes, settlement leader. And we're going to just push OK on that. And the next one we want to do, new ref collection alias, just let it load up. This happens quite often where the kit just kind of drags out. Oh my god. Wish I had a little Super Mario theme to run across there. Now we want for this one we want settlement NECs, and then with a little less on the end. Push OK on that. And the last one we want is going to be settlement robots. Same thing. Just wait for it to come up. Imagine a little Super Mario guy going across the screen going doot 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 doot. I really should find a GIF like that, be able to add in my videos. I think it'd be kind of cool. So we're gonna go to settlement robots and OK. Just like that. Now we're going to go to the scripts tab and click your property button and let that come up, and you want to hit autofill, and it should autofill 6 scripts just like that. Okay. Push OK here and save your mod and back it up. The first thing we want to do is kind of clean up this grass here. Now, you want to go ahead and hit your landscape button or push the H. I think you can push H. Yeah, you can just push H or hit the landscape button in the toolbar. And you gotta kind of play with it so that you get all the, oh, it's unacceptable. Turn that off right quick because I gotta turn my borders on here. Now you gotta kind of play with this. If you try to add a texture that's not in the cell, you see the cells divided up into 4 quads. So, and this is all pretty much the same texture, which is the dried grass with weeds. And you hold your right click button and that's going to do it like that. Or if you do just dried grass here, it'll give that. But I'm going to go ahead and do the no grass because I don't really like this here. Not going to do too much over there. I want to get rid of all the weeds through here. And if you go outside your workshop border, that's fine. Now if you this part here, I believe that is the, not none, is it? Yeah. I'm gonna kind of just add that around that thing so that it goes like that. Now, if you want to get real detailed and get down to it, you go ahead and use your edit radius button. But now I'm going to go back to my dried grass with no grass sticking up or anything, so it's nice and uniform. And that is basically what I'm going to do here, because that's on my Mighty Clean Settlements theme. And when you rotate, it will rotate around the last spot that you left your cursor. In this case, like right here. And you can work with this a little bit better. And I'm going to go up and get rid of all of this here. Like this. And this is just gonna retexture the whole cell. What I want to do is I want to retexture my entire settlement like this. Just because when I add things in and stuff, it'll make sense. Now, I don't want to go too far over here. Like this here, these rocks, I'm going to go ahead and leave those there. And push M to turn off your markers so you can see everything. That's always a good idea. And we're just going to go ahead and just paint this to this texture here. And it will be okay. It'll be all right, man. So now I want to actually go ahead and change my edit radius here so that I don't mess up what I did here, and that I can get rid of this grass up here, because I don't want the grass. And I see I missed something here, so I'm going to turn off my edit landscaping, and I'm going to double click that, initially disable, and move that down. Sometimes when you're doing texture replacement, you start finding stuff that you missed if you did a cleanup like I do. So, and just H to bring that back up, and I'll continue on scrubbing this shit out. Now, if you go across the cell and it won't do anything, or it does something weird, it's because there's too many textures. So you want to try to do the same textures. That. Clean this up over here. That, and we'll go over here. We got a lot to do. I'm going to change my edit radius to 2. Actually, I'll change it to 3 so that I can just hit a large area. Like that. And you'll see there's pieces here like this Now that's actually gonna be a problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna turn off the landscaping there, and I'm gonna select that and initially disable it and sink down to the ground, under the ground. Now, when I was doing my testing, I found things like this and this and that, and there was a stump over here, and then there was some things over here. There was a log there, and then there was another stump, which was up here someplace. And there's another thing. Like I said, you'll find things that you missed if you do a cleanup, if you retexture like this. So it looks like, and I missed one here. Looks like that is everything. All the extra shit. Same thing with this. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to use my batch action window and initially disable. Do it. That. Click on that. Hold the Z key. Move that stuff underground. That'll be great. And now my settlement should be fairly... Oh, there's another piece I missed. In single ones, I'm just going to use open the reference there. Move that in under. And go ahead and save the mod. In case, in case the kit decides to crash. And I see one right here. And the reason on the edges like that I'm doing that, because maybe I want to build a fence around my settlement, huh? So that's good. Like I said, I'm not going to mess with that. But I am going to do it like that. Now, for this side here, for around this thing here, I'm going to go 1, and I'm going to dirt gravel. See, that's what I was talking about. It won't, because there's other textures in that quad, and it just stops. So what I need to do is I need to find that, and I believe that is Foothills Mountain Scrub. No, Foothills Dirt, Foothills Rubble Rock. That's not the one. Like I said, you gotta just kind of try Rubble Rock here. Yes, it's Rubble Rock. Now, if you go over here, it won't work. For whatever reason, in this quad, Rubble Rock isn't going to work. So I'm going to do Rubble Rock Grass. Nope, I'm just going to have to go back to the dirt gravel. And I want to kind of look at it. It's not like it's... Well, you're going to turn the borders off. Yeah, there's a line. So I'm going to go to dried grass, and I'm just going to fill that in right there. Nope, I don't want dried grass. No grass, I want that. I'm just going to kind of fill that in so it looks good. Looks good, man. And I see a spot over here that I need to fill in, and that is good. So that is the retexturing part. I see another piece over here and we'll clear that off. That's good. So that's good, man. I think that'll do the. Wait a minute. What is this? There's vines hanging out. Turn off that landscape editing and initially disable that. Move that below ground, and that's fine there. So it looks pretty good. Now, if you just doing this, you're good. But I'm actually gonna do some smoothing out here, and we'll go into the next part here. I'm gonna do some smoothing. So I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna do soften vertices, and you use the right click button, and I'm gonna increase that to 2 so that I can smooth out this build area a little bit. I don't want to smooth it out a lot. I just want to smooth out all the bumps that like that. And there's one right here. I just want to kind of, it's okay if it's not flat. If it's not completely flat, it's just I don't want the bumps, because those annoy the hell out of me when I'm trying to build. And it'll do it from whatever area that you smoothed out on. So that looks like it's going to be okay. But we're going to turn that off because I just saw something over here. Shift F to zoom in on it. Of course, it's a stump that I missed. So move that underground and save the mod. All right, so that's my little landscape tutorial here. I'm not going to worry about this piece right here because that's actually huge and it's outside of the build area, mostly outside of the build area. So yeah, so that is looking pretty good. Well, I'm going to go ahead and save again and back up my mod. And now we're going to do a little something more involved. We're gonna make some buildings and stick them in our settlement. Okay, this next part, we are going to go to the world space here and click into interiors. And we're gonna go to, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make static collection buildings. So I'm going to go ahead and go to world, go to cells, and it says Commonwealth, so, but we want interiors. I'm going to make a new cell right here and name it whatever you want it, but I advise put some zeros at the top of it. I'm just going to put warehouse. Like that. Apply, okay, and load your warehouse cell. It's quick. Easiest way to do a warehouse cell is just to click your static here, and we're going to go to floor and building shell concrete floor full preview. That'll work just fine. Drop that in there. And we're going to double click this and go to 3D data. It's all zeros. That's good. Now we want to put COC marker. We want to put a COC marker heading in here because that way when you load up this cell, it will always go to the COC marker. Save your mod. Now what I want to make is a shack platform with my RV trailer on it, with a shack, half shack, like some shack walls and a roof, so that I can put my workshop in there. So I'm gonna need to go to shack. In the filter, go down to the bottom. I want the workshop foundation. Workshop balcony. That's mid-floor right there. Preview. Preview. And that is that right there. That's not what I want. So what I gotta find, not the outer walls. Not sure where it's actually at. Shack bridge, nope, nope. Mid shack bridge, nope. Maybe it's up here in the free column. What is this? Review? Oh, that's something I might need. And planks, walls, roof, Diamond City Shack. Not really finding the one that I want. So let me find this and I'll be right back. Okay, I found the one I want. It's the Shack Foundation, Workshop Shack Mid-Floor Foundation 02. I had to type foundation in the filter. Alright, so I want that, and I'm going to want to turn on my snap to grid and snap to angle buttons. And I'm going to go ahead and drag this in here, move it over, that, duplicate it, use my X key just to move it over. I want to get as close to that as possible. So 3 of them should work. 3 long, 2 wide. Sounds like a plan, man. And I'm going to duplicate this. Maybe 4 long. And have an extra one coming up there. What do you think? Yeah, probably. So we're going to duplicate that. Get that in close, and then I'm gonna want to duplicate one of these. But for right now, what I need is my trailer. So I'm going to open this foundation up because it has the keyword on it, the actor value on it I need. And I'm gonna call this 000 M9 HH RV trailer 01. And I don't need a display name on it, so that's good. I'm going to go to my edit tab, and I'm going to find my RV trailer, which is this right here. And that is my RV trailer. I'm going to push OK on that. OK on that. Create new form. And I'm going to clear the filter and show active forms. And it's right here. and I'm going to drag that in right there. Now I'm going to want to take and I'm going to want to move this up. I think I have the right one. If the what I'm worried about is the collision. Okay, this is the right one. And I want to turn snapped grid off because I want to get in close here so that I can move it up to where it's just on the thing. Usually you can do like hit F to drop to the ground, but with this one I can't do it because it'll just drop right back where I didn't want it. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to move this all the way to the edge right here. Just like this. And that looks good there. And that's looks like it's good there. Now I want to go back to my static, click off that, and I want to type in shack again. And I'm going down here, shack wall, and it's shack wall flat that I want. Turn my snap to grid back on, and I want to put this shack wall here, not that one. That is not the one that I want. I gotta find the one that I actually want here. Not that one, not that one, not that one. That one. Shack wall 03 flat. And I'm gonna stick that in there. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this over until it's right about there. And I'm gonna churn, for right now, I'm gonna turn my snap to grid off because I want to move it out just a little bit, just like that. Then I'll turn my snap to grid back on, click off of it, click back on it, and I'm going to move this down just like that, and move this over to here. That should yeah, it didn't. That's okay. We'll fix this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to duplicate this. And I'm going to put another one on the end over here. Remember I said I wanted one of these. So I'm going to duplicate that. And I'm going to put that right here. You see where I'm going with this? Now what I want to do is duplicate this. And that right there. We're going to duplicate it again. And we're going to churn that around. Pull that out of there. It should be right there. And duplicate it again. Now, like I said, this is completely optional to do this. And this is great right here, but there's problems. We'll have to come back and fix those. But we're going to duplicate it again. and move this over, spin this around. And we'll fix all the little crazy stuff here now. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to continue this around, and I'll be right back. All right, I got it turned, that all taken care of. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm going to choose all of these right here, and except this one. I think this one doesn't have the space on it. That's the first one I placed. So I'm going to go ahead and click this and turn my snap to grid off. And what I want to do is I want to move that there, but I don't want the shack pieces sticking through it, and I want to find any of the other ones that might that one needs to go in some. That'll be fine there. Move over here. I don't see any shack pieces sticking in there, but I do see them sticking out on this side. That one, that one, that one, and that one. Gonna move those out just a little bit. And something tells me I need to turn my snap to grid back on and fix this, because yeah, that was incorrect. So that's good there, and those actually can go in one. I think it's gonna, yeah, it's gonna stick through the side of it there. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna turn my snap to grid off again, and I'm going to move this out where it's not letting them, that and those, that'll be fine. So turn my snap to grid back on, save my mod, and I'll go find the other pieces that I need. All right, let's do the shack stairs that I want to use. So I am going to move that all the way down to there. See how that looks. And I'm going to move that up, and I'm going to move that in one. Just like that. And that'll be fine. Now, I actually want to do like a balcony railing around this. So I'm going to find the balcony railing. This one, not that one, not that one. That one. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to stick this in here. At least try to get it close. And then I'm going to duplicate these. Same thing as before. Duplicate these around and duplicate that, and then churn that. Should just, yeah, should just fit, dude. It just works. Now I can see that my RV trailer needs to come over a little bit, because if I do the balcony railing all the way around it, it's going to be a problem. So I am going to move that over to here like that, and then I'm going to move it back so that I can add that in right there. Right, and that looks good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put the railing all the way around, and right now I am going to I'm going to duplicate this and turn my snap to grid on, and I'm going to put this wall right here, and then I'm going to put walls up around here. And I'm going to duplicate both of these. Just like that. And I'm going to duplicate this one. And remember that shack post? 3-column or whatever it was that I found? I said, hey, I might need that. Well, now I need it. Diamond City Shack. I don't remember where it was at. Shack support. Shack main low, shack invert. No. I gotta go find that piece. And there's the piece I want right there. And that's good. And I'm going to put that in right there just to cover these holes. And that's got to go up. And I'm going to duplicate that. And let's see here. I might have to turn my snap to grid off just to get that up where I want it, where it's connected, but it's not. You know? That'll work right there. And I don't have to worry about underneath here because this is going to be sunk in the ground anyway. So that's good right there. And we'll go ahead and duplicate that. And bring that all the way here to the end. And that looks like that'll work. And we'll do the same thing all the way around, and I'll finish up everything I need to do, and then I'll show you how to build the static collection. Okay, so I got it all built out. So what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to go ahead and select all of these, and I am going to leave my snap to grid off for a reason. I want to move these back this way, and then I want to go ahead and just hit duplicate, and then use my X key and go over here. So I've got these all selected. Now I want to have a reference point, a vertex reference point. So if you got steps coming down straight, you would use the steps. In this case, I'm going to use this one. So I'm going to click off and click back on. And I am going to right click and make static collection. And this one is going to be 000 M9 RV trailer 01HH. And I'm going to push OK on that. And I always just put prefabs in here because it works. And it will make... Wow, that's the first time that's ever happened. That is the very first time that's ever happened to me. Okay. So I'm going to just delete that. I know what it is. I know what it is. It is the RV trailer. So we're going to select them all again. We're going to duplicate again. Move them all to the side like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click off of the trailer and click off this and click back on it. And then I'm going to make that a static collection. So this will be 000M9. I'm just going to call this trailer platform 001. And call that prefabs. Just like that. Now I'm actually going to add this prefab into my settlement with the trailer. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the mesh from the static collection folder and put it in my folder that I use. So here's what we're going to do. Go ahead and open up data folder, meshes, like this, and find COL. And what you want to do is you open this up, this new static collection that you made up, go to edit base, and see this button that says recreate NIF from data. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at my date and time. So it's 6:32 on 8/15, just like that. And I'm going to open this up, static collections, and it should be a MCS Holden Hills. It should only be just the one of them, just like that. We're going to open that up and look at it. And that is my static collection. It already has collision and all that, so that's all good. So that is my static collection. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy that mesh. And then I am going to go to my Mighty Clean Settlements, Architecture, Golden Hills, and I'm going to paste this in here. I'm going to call this trailer platform new, so that I know what it is. And I'm just going to go like that. Now I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to take it, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to take it, I'm going to duplicate this whole setup right here. And I'm going to duplicate that. And what I want to do is remember the trailer that I made, which is right there. I want to open that up. And this is the trailer platform static collection. Now I just want the trailer. I'm going to open this up. This would be trailer. Then we're going to type in platform 01. And and we'll open this up here. And the one that says new right here, I'm going to push OK on that and confirm it. Now I actually want, what I want to do is for my RV trailer, I'm going to go into, I'm going to specify that it has distant LOD meshes, and I'm going to open this up here. I'm going to go to architecture, Woodland Hills, and I'm going to pick this RV trailer, propagate it, okay, high detail textures, okay, and then I'm going to do the same thing on the trailer platform, this, like this. I'm going to choose the trailer platform new, propagate it, okay, high detail textures, okay. But this here, I want to do a search and replace, and I'm going to search and replace it this. So I'm going to do search and replace and give it a second. I know this part's really long, but this is really good information. There's a lot of people that don't know how to do this. I did a short tutorial on it before, but I might just post this particular part as a more in-depth tutorial. Get what I'm saying? So we're waiting. And now we want to turn off the same as base type object and give that a second, because it will be real slow. Okay, now I want to open this up and I want to search and replace this trailer platform 001 to this one here. And that will be okay, just like that. And that is my mesh that I need. So I'm going to save. I'm going to save this. And I'm going to go ahead and select that, delete it out of my kit. And I don't need that. Now, what I'm going to do is the static collections right here, I don't need these. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delete these. Save. That way it doesn't grab those meshes when I pack it. And then I'm just going to go ahead and delete this one. Now, this here is just those two meshes. So there's my platform with my area to put my workbench in with my trailer on it. So that's good. So I'm going to save my mod. And then I'm going to close and reopen my kit, and we'll go ahead and go place this setup right here. All right, so I got this, and I'm going to select these two here. And remember, I said we're going to place this building, so I'm going to copy these. And sometimes it helps to copy them twice. Now we're going to go into our settlement cell and place this in the settlement. Remember, I already set the LODs for it and everything, so that it's got pretty good LODs. And I'll be right back when the cell loads up. Okay, then we got the cell loaded up. We want to go over to our workbench, find out where our workbench is right here. Click on that, and I think I want to put this in right about here. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to paste. Now I have my snap to angle on, so we can put it like that, I guess. But I'm going to turn it around like that. Right. And I'm going to kind of move it over here up against, kind of up against this fence. Just like that. And I might want to fix this right here in the landscaping. I don't want to, I think I actually want to move it up. No, I want to move it down as close to the ground as I can get it. Because that way it makes sense that it was backed in onto the platform. They built that stuff up, then they put the fence in. That sounds good. And I actually don't have to do anything with the ground here because it looks good, and the shack steps go right down into it, so that's great. So we're gonna go ahead and click out of that, and I'm gonna push my F4 key, and that will give me all of my collision, and you see everything's got collision on it, so that's great. So that is that right there. Now you can have it, you can add extra stuff. Like I want to add my truck trailer, so I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy this HH, and this will be, I'm gonna rename this truck trailer, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to change the model to my truck trailer that I have right here, which is this one. Push OK, confirm my form, and give it a second to load up, just like that. And I want to set the LODs on this to be the truck trailer. I just did, which is this one right here, and propagate it. Okay. High detail texture. Okay. And I'm going to save my mod, and I want to put this truck trailer in right here at the end, roughly like this. Now this is actually going to have to, and about like that. Now I might want to smooth this ground out here. You can already see it. So I'm going to soften vertices. And I'm going to smooth this ground up where it's somewhat more level. If need be, you can just hit flat vertices and just level it out. Enough to where you can work with it like that. And that still looks good. And I want to go like that. Now, I actually think I want to bring that back up, and I'm going to do a little bit of more landscaping. I'm going to turn off this flat and vertices. I'm going to turn this down to 1 because I want to move this down a little bit. Maybe it's been sitting there for a while. A little bit, not too much. And then move That's fine there. I want to bring that up a little bit and bring this up a little bit just to so that it's looks like it's sank down in the ground. Now this here, I'm going to definitely want to bring this whole area up. So I'm going to just kind of move this all up. I don't want it like that. And I'm going to hit soften vertices. I'll push 1. Oh, that didn't work. Control Z. And I just want to soften these back out a little bit. Now, what I can do here to fix this trailer is turn this off, hit my W key, make sure my snap to grid's off, make sure my snap to angle's off too. And that should be okay. Then want to go ahead and kind of sink it into the ground right here, and then I'll raise this ground up, match it. This will be a good thing. And change my radius. It's a little bumpy, but not too bad. There, I want that sunk into the ground like it's being in there, and that will be fine. Like it's been sitting in there quite a while. So we'll go ahead and click out of that, and that's what we have. Because the trailer I want to have, I'm going to put power armor up in here, and I'm going to put some workbenches in here. So stay tuned for that. Now we're going to add in the workbenches and everything in the next part. Okay, so I said we're gonna place some furniture. First thing we're gonna do is put a bed in, just for shits and giggles here, because I just want to be able to have one bed in for to show it when I test and I open the kit to test to show that it works. Now I'm going to open up this workshop and PC bed. Yeah, I do believe this is the one I want. Yes, don't worry about the markers. They're kind of goofy. But yeah, that's the one I want. So I'm going to zoom in here and put my bed in right here. Actually, this isn't the one I want. I want this one here, the military cot bed, this one. And don't worry about it if the markers go off all crazy and stuff. Just make sure you're not clipping into the not really clipping into the walls and stuff like that. So, and I want to get that fairly close to the wall. That's good right there. We'll put that in right there. And now I want a water pump. So we're going to add that in. The water pump furniture, this one here. And just kind of, you know, put it where it would make sense. And I think that maybe it would make sense like right here. And it needs to go up a little bit, just like that. And I'm going to turn my snap to angle off for this because it just kind of get it right. That looks good. And now I want to put an ammo workbench. Not ammo. Armor. Armor workbench, yeah. One you want is right here, armor workbench A. I think I'm going to put that in right here. Drop this in here and move it around. Kind of get it close to the wall, just not too close. That's great. And now we're going to do weapons. Use the word wep, you'll find it. Let's see which one I want. I want this one, or do I want this one? I think I want this one, because I'm going to put that out here in this trailer. And I'm going to drop that in right there. And I'm going to move it over here. As long as it's, yeah, see, it's flipping through the wall there, so we'll just put it like that. And that's good. And I'm going to put I need a chem bench. Chemistry A, I believe it is. Oh. Chemistry B. I'm going to put that in here. And take and get that as close to this possible, like that, right? And I'm going to move it closer this way. So I've got a armor workbench, a chem bench, a weapons bench. That's good. I want my power armor bench, which I'm going to put that right here. Back, and I'll just type in armor. Now I'm not going to use the big one. I'm not going to use the big one. I'm going to use the small one right here. And the front is right here, so. And I want to kind of be able to get it up close there, because I want to be able to get around it. So I want to make sure that, like that. Now I'm not going to put any power in here. You could put in a generator too if you want. Now another thing I want to make sure that's highlighted, and I'm going to click that, and I'm going to select that one. I'm going to select that. Oh, I need a cooking stove. Right. Cooking stove. Which is right here. I'm just using the old ones. And I'm going to drag this cooking stove in right here. Turn it around. And just make sure it ain't clipping out through the side of the RV, and I'm good, right? Right. Like that. So that's good. Now we have to link these all to the workbench. So I'm gonna select all the stuff that I placed. Power armor here. The water pump. Chem bench. And wait a minute. Something's wrong with the chem bench. There is a problem. Yes. Yes, I see the problem. Do you see the problem? Doesn't really matter, because if you want to move it, you'll be able to scrap it. And I just saw the problem here with the weapons workbench. And the higher I get up there, the worse it is. And I just push F to drop it to the ground, but it didn't want to drop. So. And it still don't want to drop. Yeah, it's because the floor of this trailer is uneven, so I'm actually going to pull this out. And the chem bench can just stay there, I guess. Maybe even come over here and move down closer. If you want to, you can just push the W and just like do that, and then they can move it up. That'll work. And of course it's got to come out a little bit because it's clipping through the side of the wall. We're gonna put the weapons workbench over here. That just dropped? Yeah, it did. So we're gonna put the weapons workbench. Oops. We're gonna put the weapons workbench over here. And we'll take it and flip it around. Oh, that's fun. Now it doesn't want to, for whatever reason, now it doesn't want to move. And the kit froze up. Okay, that's... Oh, I see what it is. I saw what it was. F to drop it. And I had clicked on this one, which is this one here. It's the snap to connect points. Yeah, it was snapping to the connect point. That's not what I want. And it's gonna take its time. Yeah, it doesn't want to. All right. It doesn't want to drop to the floor. We'll just place it by hand. That looks good. Let's try this again. That, and we want to move it over. No, that'll be fine. All right, now we got that. We'll just go ahead and click on that, click on that, click on that, click on the chem bench, go in here, click on the stove, click on the bed. Now, you can put more than one bed, but to do this, now you want to go look at your workbench and push M to hide markers. Everything's still selected. Go to your view, show batch action window, and you want to set link ref and point it at the workshop workbench, and this is going to be workshop item keyword. You want to put all of those on that. Do, and that's good right there. Save your mod, and that is your basic workbenches and everything. Now the same thing if you put fruit trees or potato plants in, you know, and put food to farm right off the bat, you add those into the whole thing, and those get the same keyword. That's about it for that part. Okay, now we're gonna get into some really technical shit. You need to do the nav mesh. So go ahead and click your turn on your nav mesh. That is this button right here, nav mesh mode, or Control E. Have to have your window active. Control E, same thing. Now you can't just put these buildings in here. Everything will be all screwy. So first thing I want to do is go over here on the nav mesh bar and view mode on top, so everything can be seen. We've got place. We got a place here that's got a hole in it. That's okay. So we want to take, and what we're going to do is we're going to cut these out, and right for this one we're going to take and click all of these. The first one you click, push Q, and it will take and join them all together. And the same thing over here, just go around and click them all, push Q, and it'll join them all together. Now what I'm want to do is I'm going to take that and I'm going to move that over, because I want to get it as close to this trailer, that line, that's good. And it's going to, we want to fill this hole just by clicking that all together. Now we're going to take this, we're going to drag this all the way over to here, so that we're basically cutting out what we put in. And add a vertice by right clicking on the line. You can see how the line changes. You can add a vertice in like that. Now this we're going to take, and this hole we're going to put one and join it. Same thing here, join it, and then same thing here, and we're going to join it. This is repairing nav mesh, because there's going to be holes if you did a cleanup. That happens a lot. Now I'm going to take this one here and I'm going to pull it right about like that, and about halfway here I'm going to add another vertice to that so that it goes like that. Now if you'll see that those are below ground, just push F and it'll just select the vertice and just push F on it, and it will pop right up to the top of the ground, or it'll drop to the ground if it's higher than nav mesh. You definitely want to do that, and just kind of do it as you're working around. Need a vertice here. So drop that down, and we need a vertice here. And got another one here, another one here, and this one we actually want to move closer to the trailer, and we're going to do that, but then we're going to move this one right up close to this wall, because we are going to need to put one right there and put that like that, but we need one right here, so we're going to put one right there, put another one right there, so that those steps are nice and there. You don't actually need nav mesh like right here in this part of the stairs, because not like anybody's gonna stand there. Go ahead and basically cut this out. It's the same thing like in Skyrim. You have to do stuff like this, and we're gonna move this one over like this, and I see there's some kind of problem here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna click these ones here, and we're gonna that way I can slide this all the way up to here. And get that one close to right there. And I gotta put another one in right here. This line goes over here real nice. I want that, and follow this out here like that, hook it down to the ground, and that is good for that. Now what you want to do is take the lines off, leave take your select edges off so it doesn't select any edges, and you just go ahead and highlight the inside of this where the trailer is or whatever, and that is good there, and hold that down. Okay, don't need that, don't need that. that one, that one, and underneath here. That's going to be good. We're going to cut that out. And that is looking good for that. So we're going to go ahead and go up to Navmesh, and we're going to select Move Selection to Separate Navmesh. And it takes a second. And once it's like that, you just go ahead and click one, and you want to hit the fill to all but flood fill button, just like that. Hit delete on your keyboard and go ahead and hit the finalize Navmesh button, and it'll do all that. And then hit the draw cover button or whatever this, find cover edges. Then hit the once you find the cover edges, go ahead and hit that, and that's good. While it's still open like this, go ahead and push your save button. It'll take longer to save, but it bakes the Navmesh, so that's a good thing. And it is saved. Now I'm going to take and go back to view mode like this, because now I have to put Navmesh inside of my buildings. So the way Navmesh goes, when you click one side and then click another vertex, you don't want to put a vertex here. It would be better to put it here. That way it just draws the Navmesh a lot better. See how I'm drawing the Navmesh? Now I'm going to go ahead and click out of this because I want to put this over here, and I think I want to put this over here. So same thing, but now I'm going to click here, and I'm going to go up to here and here. And the Navmesh is not for the character, it's just for and if you do that, just that, like that, that, and I'm just gonna stick one here, stick one here. I don't need to do the bump because it will already show up. So go ahead, hit your finalize button, and then hit save. And once you save here, this is a good idea. Click any of the big Navmesh right here, go to here and do the find triangle. And if there's any warnings, it'll tell you. So there's not any warnings, so that's good. So far, so good. All right, now we're gonna do Navmesh up to the top of the steps, like this, and then we're gonna do here, and then one here. But I wanna turn my edges on there so I can put one here and move it over about like that. And I'm going to move this one over to here. That one, and I'm going to put one here, and then I'm going to put the other one right here for my steps up into the RV. Right? So now I'm gonna Navmesh over to here because they're not gonna go there. So, But if you want to put like a picnic table or something, or something like that there, probably going to want to do it. I'm going to need nav mesh right there because I need to go here, here, and then I'm going to go here, and then I'm just going to put one over here. Now for this stairs, I'm going to add one in right here, and I'm going to pull that all the way underneath of it. Covers that part up. So there's that. Move in here, put one here, and I'm going to put one here, but then I'm going to take it, I'm going to move that and back just like that. And this one needs to drop to the floor. It's actually really important that it's not floating. Everything looks like it's floating. Yep. So that, like that. And that there. And everything's good there. So now I'm going to move over here, and I'm going to add a vertex in right here, because that way I can go ahead and put this in here. I'll put that in there, put that in there, and now I'll do the inside of the house, inside of the trailer. So that, like that, do the trail up the trailer steps like that, and I'm gonna put that one across and that one across. Then I'm gonna go inside the trailer, and I'm gonna do this like this, because you know I want to just nav mesh the trailer so that the NPCs will walk here. Now this isn't going to be, I'm going to add more clutter to this, so because I'm going to add like a table and chairs and stuff like that. And then I want to go here and here, here to cover this pump up. That, good, that, and there, the one in the corner. Oh, see how it screwed up? It placed that up there. That's okay. We'll just delete that one. And then we'll just grab back and do this again. There. And one right over here. So that's the nav mesh here. Now go ahead and draw your cover. That's this button right here. Cover's drawn. Finalize. And push save. Now what we're going to have to do is, now that it's done, we're going to have to go back and all the stuff that we placed here, we're going to highlight it, water pump even, and we're going to highlight the bed and stove. Go out here, highlight the grab the workbench and grab the chem bench, just like that. Now we're going to turn our nav mesh back on, and then we're going to go to create precuts for selection and just push it and wait. because it takes a while, which it is done. And you see that where it's pink, where this stuff's pink, now the nav mesh, if you scrap that, it'll go back to regular nav mesh. And it's like that even with the bed here. See? And with the stove. So draw your cover, finalize your cell, just like that. And on your main nav mesh, just click once and find triangle. No warnings, we're good. Like that, and save. Now, if you've done a lot of work, if you've done a lot of stuff in your cell, what you're gonna have to do, like if you flattened it out and the nav mesh isn't like showing very well, or if it's underground or something like that, or you have something like this, push F like that, drop these nav mesh borders to the thing here, push F, push F, that's good. Now what you might have to end up doing is, because there is a problem here, this nav mesh is broke right here. Like, oh, I guess it's not. If you got a cell border like that, what you do is you separate these like that, click 3 of them, push the A button, and then just fill that nav mesh in, and then put your borders back together like this, and click your finalize, and that will finalize. See where it just popped it up right there? That's excellent. 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 See, there's the same thing that's going to have to be done here for both sides. And oh, I'm on my cell border. That's what it is. Yeah, I was on my cell border. But see, there's lots of spots in here that I have to fill in and fix. So find spots like that that's open and fix that nav mesh, because that way when you place something, it'll change the nav mesh correctly. Okay guys, we've got the nav meshing all done. As you can see, we open this up. This is all done here. Now, remember when I said I wanted to pull this back because I had something I was going to do? Yeah. I want to pull this back right here. And I'm just going to finalize it. Because now, I'm going to save the mod too. Because now, we are going to move that workbench. So, click on I'm going to click on static and shelf or table. Metal table. META ball. And the one I want is this one right here. But I'm not going to drag and drop this in here because I don't want this to be able to be scrapped. So I'm going to open this up, and I'm just going to go ahead and change the editor ID, make it a new one, and I'm going to push OK. And I'm going to take my metal table, my new metal table, and I'm going to put it in right Well, probably. Maybe I can get it in over here. That would be great too. No. All right. Now, remember I said you had to move this trigger, set own trigger. So I'm going to move this off to the side. I'm going to grab my workbench and I'm going to twist that around. I'm going to move it up and I'm going to move it over here. And that, push F to drop it to the ground or drop it down to there. And I'm going to take and I'm going to make it a lot smaller like that. And put it right there. And pick it up, push F to drop it to the table. That looks good. Right? Maybe I can move the table to the side just to center it up a little bit like that. Now I want to take this set own trigger and I'm going to turn that around. I'm going to move that right here. And it doesn't matter if it goes in the back a little bit or not. And I'm going to move it up until just like that. And that will be fine like that. So now I'm going to save the mod. All right, guys, so we're ready to go ahead and finish this off here. So the first thing that you want to do is go ahead and click on File, go to Compact Active File Form IDs. Just like that, yes. And push OK and save the mod. Well, before you save the mod, it's a good idea to go to the quest, and I'm going to clear that out, show only active forms, and go into your Holden Hills initiate quest and click the repile all compiler scripts button, and it will completely recompile that stuff in this quest. Push OK and do the same thing with the parent quest. Push OK. It'll let you know if there's bad thing, scripts that didn't compile, which they all did, so it's all good. Save your mod. And you want to go ahead and log into Bethesda.net. And I am logging in with my super secret Bethesda account that I don't upload anything on, so that I can use the Packer. And once you're logged in, go to File, Upload, plug in an archive to Bethesda.net, and choose the PC version. And it will pop up the archive packer, and you can see that all the scripts are packed. I got my meshes, I got my workshop border, I got my trailer platform glass, I got my 2 texture files that I need, and pack the files and just close this out, and that's done. Now we're gonna go ahead and finish up the mod. So we're gonna close the kit and we're gonna open Fallout 4 Quick Clean, the Xedit Quick Clean, and we're gonna load our mod up into Xedit Quick Clean here, and what it'll do is it cleans up anything that needs to be cleaned up. And yep, there it is. Everything's clean right here. See, this is all clean. So clean, clean, clean. Very, very good. All right, first thing is go to file header, and not that one. Go to record flags. Check the ESL box. And at the beginning of the tutorial, I told you about this script here, the Fallout 4 disable previs script. You get this off the Nexus, just search it up and you can go ahead and use that, and then click no, and what'll happen is it disables the previs. X out of your quick clean, save your changed files, just like that. Open your Fallout 4 data folder. Put this off to the side. Put this off to the side here, and I'm going to make a new folder, and I'm going to call this Holden Hills version, just like that. And actually, I want to fix that because I didn't capitalize my own last name. Imagine that. And open that up and make a new folder in there. Call it data. Just like that. And I'm going to open that folder. Slide this off to the side. And in your Fallout 4 data folder, you will find your BSAs and your plugin. And I'm just going to drag that across, copy those in there. Now I don't need these in my data folder no more, so I'm going to close that, or I'm going to delete those, and I can just close that and then close that, and then I'm going to pack this with Bitzer into a 7-zip file, just like that. Open up my Mod Organizer 2 here, my Mod Organizer 2 folder, and I'm going to place this right in here, copy, and I'm going to close that. I'm going to open up my Mod Organizer 2, and I'm going to install it on my test profile right here. Just like this. It says but I want version 3. Push OK. Give it a second, and I'm going to go down here and I'm going to activate the plugin. And the plugin is right here, and I'm going to move it up to just below my last settlement cleanup mod. And it's ready to go. So now all I'm gonna do is just go in game and show you that it works. All right, guys, we're here in Sanctuary. Let's go ahead and go to our map. I already did the toggle map markers. There's Holden Hills, so we're gonna go ahead and go to that. Since we haven't claimed the workshop yet, it doesn't show on the thing. Doesn't show the happiness level and all that because we haven't claimed the workshop yet. That's how that works. So it's gonna be the big reveal, guys. Oh god, I love it when the textures don't appear right away on things. All right. And here's the big reveal. Everything is copacetic, man. We've got the workbench. Now, if we go to the workbench, what's going to happen is it's connected to the workbench the settlement workbench, so you'd just be able to use this stuff. So it's already got stuff in it. And you can actually transfer stuff even though you don't own it. It automatically owns anyway. So we're going to go over here. Nora likes the water pump. Dogmeat likes the nav mesh. We know the nav mesh works. Dogmeat come right up here, so that's good. And we're going to open the workshop. And we got a happiness of 50, which is what it's supposed to be. We got one bed right there. And we got 10 water. That's what we're supposed to have. So, and if we go out here, that all works. And if I scrap this, there's holes in the nav mesh right there. That's not really a big deal if I scrap it and put like a fence there or something. It is what it is. But other than that, everything works. And you can see that you can't scrap. You can scrap the armor workbench or move it, but you can't store it, which is okay. So that is about that. And we'll drop down here and we'll look at our map and see, there it is. No people, happiness of 50. All right, guys, that's gonna do it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching. Remember, guys, if you found this long tutorial helpful and help you build your own custom settlements, make sure to hit that like button. And once you hit the like button, share the tutorial on your social media so other people can learn how to do it. And if you haven't subscribed yet, don't forget to subscribe. And if you have any questions, just post your questions in the comment section, and I'll try to answer them as best as I can. All right, guys, that's going to be it for this one. Thanks for watching. And remember, until next time, guys, keep your powder dry, shoot straight, rookie, and remember that war never changes.